Hi, I'm Jenny. Welcome back to my channel. Today I'd like to introduce you to my newest pattern, the Regina Phalange. It comes in 3 sizes. We have handbag size, which is the smallest size, tote size, which is medium, and a traveler size, which is the large. The features of this bag: the front has a zipper pocket. It's one pocket accessible by 2 zippers on either side. So perfect for putting your keys and stuff in there. You can access your belongings that are in the front pocket no matter which side you carry your bag on. The back has a slip pocket that is the full width of the back of the bag. The top of the pocket has rivets secured through it so it won't gape open. There is a recessed zipper closure. Inside you'll find an interior zipper pocket that has a zipper overlay. You'll find a divided slip pocket on the other side. And then right in the center, you have a zipper divider pocket. So it divides the lining into 2 separate sides. And then you have a zippered extra pocket. So if you are a pocket lover, this is the bag for you. In my opinion, this is perfect handbag size. So I like to carry my handbags kind of in the crook of my arm. And this is the perfect size for me. If you've made Mr. Heckles, this is slightly smaller than the 85% Mr. Heckles. The medium is a great tote size. All of the sizes have the same features. There are instructions for an adjustable crossbody strap as well. I didn't make one for all sizes because I don't use them. The tote size is a little bit bigger than an everyday handbag, but great for when you need to carry a little bit extra. I do think that this size would make an awesome diaper bag if you're somebody that's in the market for a diaper bag. And the largest size, the traveler, is perfect for if you need to pack for a weekend away. This is a very big bag. I'll list the sizes of all the bags in the description below. In this video, we are going to be making the small size bag. One thing to note, so I used to record my videos with the camera overhead, so you're seeing the top of the sewing machine, and then lately I've been doing it from kind of behind my left shoulder. I relocated my camera to be overhead again, but there are some points during the video where you're looking at the top of the back of my head instead of what I'm doing. I will probably create a new video at some point. For right now, I do think you can see most of what you need to see. So if you want to watch a video that probably doesn't have somebody's head in it, check out Lauren Mormino. She's doing a tutorial, and Brittany at the Emporium will also be doing a tutorial for this bag. You can find the pattern on my website, sincerelyjenpatterns.com. Links for everything are in the description box below. Please follow my channel if you don't already. And if you like the video, give me a thumbs up, at least if it was a good attempt at a video, because like I said, you can just see a lot of the back of my head, which is discouraging because it's a long video and I spent a lot of time recording it. So thank you for watching any part of this that you do watch. Let me know what you think about the new pattern. I'm slightly obsessed with it. I'm going to use this bag, I think, myself. Also, I want to note, this fabric is sublimated. The vinyl is from Mormino. The sublimation fabric that is blank, I get from the Emporium. This fabric is from the Emporium Quilting Cotton. The vinyl is from Mormino. The lining on all of these are waterproof or water-resistant canvas from Mormino. The lining on this one is the new Renew canvas from Mormino. This fabric is from Juicy Juice, and the vinyl is from Mormino. So thank you for watching, and let me know what you think. All right, let's get started making the small Regina Phalange handbag. So step number 1, we are going to take the exterior front main and the lining front main and place them right sides together. I'm using on this one water resistant canvas from mormino.com. It's not quite as thick as waterproof canvas, but it doesn't need to be interfaced, and that's why I like to use it. You can tell which side is the wrong side by which side like gets kind of a white mark on it when you scratch it, and you can feel the difference. My exterior is actually sublimated polyester fabric that I get from the Emporium. And then I interfaced it with one layer of Pixie Fuse Premium from Royal Pixie Custom Fabrics and the Decoville Light piece. There's a little blurb in the pattern for if you want to change your materials, what to change up with the interfacing. So we'll start out by placing this right sides together. And we're going to clip together along these cutout areas. All right, and then we're going to sew together inside the cutout only, not up the side and not along the top and bottom, using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. So after it's been quite a while now, I'm trying to switch back to my overhead camera setup. We'll see. It's not that easy to sew with something over your head and to keep my head out of the way. So we'll see. You want to make sure that you back stitch at the start and stop. I forgot to put my stitch length lower. I like to sew usually at like a 3.5 for the assembly stitches. I won't sew this slowly. I won't sew this slowly the entire time. Just getting started. And if you follow my channel, you'll notice that I haven't really done a ton of sewing lately because I have been busy with other things. And I'm trying to get back into the swing of it. All right, so we're going to snip into the curved area of the seam allowance here. Do not snip through your stitches. We'll do that on both sides. All right, and then we're going to turn this right side out. And then press the seams well. Okay, once this is pressed very well, I like to use 1/8 inch double-sided tape. This is optional. You could pin the zippers in place if you want to. I find it easier to use tape though. And you really have to kind of work with these curves to get it all turned out right. And I think the tape that I'm using is from, I'm not sure actually. This might be Wizardry tape, or it might be from Weft and Warp Co. Those are two places that I have purchased 1/8 inch wide tape though. All right, so once you have the tape there, you're going to place your zipper down. I should do it the right way, so that it's right way up, and you want to line up the bottom of the zipper with the bottom, okay, you can see it there, with the bottom of the front panels. And this part should be 7/8 of an inch wide. So all the way up, make sure that your zipper is nice and straight, and that 7/8 of an inch is exposed. So then the top part, this edge should also match up with the side. And I'm going to throw a clip on there. Stitch length. I think with this thread, I'm going to use a 4.5 for top stitching. Sometimes I use 4.5, sometimes I use 5, and I think it mostly depends on the thread. If I'm using a Tex 80 thread, like the thread from Wizardry, I will usually use a stitch length of 5. But if I'm using a Tex 70 thread, which is what I'm using now, it's from Saya Swag, and I prefer to use a stitch length of 4.5 with that. And then as I sew around these curves, I stop almost, well, I'm actually stopping after every single stitch and raise the presser foot and then do one more stitch. And then I'm going to just kind of stick my snips in there and make sure that that end of this is pulled out all the way. All right, and then I'll repeat that on the other side. Zipper tape and zipper pulls are from Mormino as well. I'm going to just kind of eyeball the placement, and then I'll measure it to make sure that it's correct. It could be helpful to put a little bit of tape maybe inside of the end here, just right above the seam, because that part doesn't want to stay as well. All right, so I'm going to double check that this is 7/8 of an inch exposed. Looks good. And then we'll just sew that in place. So the only videos that I've done really recently have been live. It's different to talk to people versus, oh, my foot hit the thing. That's not good. It's fine. Versus sitting here talking to myself. Not sure how I feel about the camera placement. We might be moving that back. Because it's not easy to sew like this. So I guess let me know what you think about the camera. Do you prefer this angle or what I would normally do, which is kind of like behind my left shoulder? Because that's definitely easier. Okay, so once we have that done, we want to fold the exterior front main down out of the way. I'm not going to crease it or anything, but we want to take one of the lining back main and place it right sides together with the lining front main. And we're going to clip together along the top edge only. All right, and then I'm going to fold this back out of the way. And I want to sew as close as I can do not sew through the front, the exterior front panel, but sew as close as you can to the exterior front panel. And we're doing this so that we can keep some extra bulk out of the seam at the top here. And it's okay that you're sewing through the zipper. Actually, it's probably a good thing that you do, so that the raw edge of the zipper will now be enclosed here. We're going to trim this off, but I am going to leave those zipper ends there. So kind of come in here. I guess I'll trim part of the top layer first. So that I can see where my zipper is at. Then go underneath the zipper and trim that, and then I'll just kind of pick up after the zipper here, and I can trim both together. And it doesn't matter if it looks like sloppy, since it will be enclosed in your bag. And then when you get back over to the other zipper, kind of stop cutting, separate this out and cut the layers separately. All right. Now we're just going to clip together along the sides and the bottom. And now we're going to baste this together along the sides and bottom using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. All right. So now we're going to make our handle connectors. All right, so I will measure 1 inch in, which is halfway, from one long edge on each of the 4 connectors. All right, and I have 1/2 inch wide double-sided tape. I think this is from Wizard or from Weft and Warp Co. All right, and then you'll fold each of the long edges into that line. This vinyl is a distressed vinyl from Mormino. And I believe it's one of the mid-weight vinyls. It doesn't have the luxe backing on it. I know that. It's a furry backing, fuzzy. right, now I'm going to top stitch down each long edge using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. Kind of just chain stitch them together. All right, so now I'm going to repeat top stitch the other side. And just snip the threads to snip them apart. All right, and then we'll fold them in half with the raw edges enclosed inside and slide a rectangle ring onto each one. And then we're just going to baste the ends closed using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. All right, now with our exterior front main right side up, we want to measure to find the center along the top edge. I'm just going to double check. I feel like I'm better at finding the center by folding it. Okay, that was right. Okay, and then you want to measure 2.5 inches out from that mark on either side. And if you're marking on your bag, make sure that you stay within the seam allowance, which is 3/8 of an inch throughout most of the bag. So all right, so we're going to place the connectors to the outside of those marks. And 1/2 inch, you want to extend the top of it by a 1/2 inch past the top of the exterior front main. All right, my apologies if my head gets in the frame, but this is really hard. All right, so then base this in place, also using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'll repeat that down here. All right, now we want to take the exterior top, which is cut out of the contrast, and place it right side down on top of the exterior front main. And I'm just going to clip that in place all the way along the top. All right, and then we're going to sew this together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance and my shorter stitch length. All right, and then I do recommend that you backstitch across the connectors, and I did not do that as I was sewing. So I'm going to go back now and just go in and stitch over and backstitch just to give that some extra strength. And then we'll also put the rivets in it, and that will help as well. And I'll repeat that on this one. All right, we're going to flip the top panel, flip the exterior top up away from the exterior front main, folding the seam allowance down. All right, I'm going to put this back on my longer stitch length, and I'm going to top stitch through the exterior front main beneath the exterior top using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. All right, now we're going to measure and mark about a 1/4 inch beneath the handle connectors and centered, which again, if you see my head here, my apologies, but this is difficult. All right, and then we'll repeat that on the other side. All right, now I'm going to use my hole punch, which is from More Me Know. And I'm going to punch a hole right through all of these layers. And I'll repeat that on the other side. And the rivets are optional, but I feel like it's better to use them for one more added layer of strength in your handles. Sometimes this doesn't punch all the way through on the back. Not a big deal. I'll just go back in, and I need to get like a punch or a hole punch for my rivet press. All right, so I have 9mm rivets from moremeknow.com. And I do believe that she also sells ones with longer posts now. So these are the shorter posts, but I think you can get the longer post option if you're using thicker materials. All right, so I'm just going to install a rivet in each of these. And then I got out 2 more for the back panel when I do that. right, so we've got 2 rivets installed. So now we will take a lining main, right side up. I'm going to mark the center. And then I'm going to measure 2.5 inches to either side of that center mark. I feel like center is more there. All right, and then we'll repeat the same process that we did to attach these to the exterior. So I'm just going to extend the top of the connector past the top of the lining by 1/2 inch. And then we'll do the same. To attach this one. All right, and you just really want to make sure that they're straight and in the correct place. All right, now we're going to take the other exterior top. This is step number 10. We're just going to clip it in place along the top of the lining back main. All right, we're going to sew this together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. All right, now we're going to flip the exterior top up away from the lining back main. Handle connectors are facing up, and we're just going to top stitch through the lining back main beneath the exterior top using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. All right, we are going to put rivets in this, but not yet, because there's a slip pocket on the back, and we want to install the rivets right through that slip pocket. So we are going to place the lining, the other lining back main, and the exterior back main right sides together. And I'm going to clip them together along the top edge. And then we're going to sew that together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. I'm horrible about remembering to change my stitch length between top stitching and sewing. I have good intentions, and then I just never change it. All right, now we're going to flip these so they are wrong sides together. And that line of stitching should have gone just above the Decoville light on the exterior, not through it. So again, to get this seam to lay nice and flat, you can kind of roll it. Actually put some clips on it too, to hold it all together. And you can also press this if you want to. I try to minimize how much I'm pressing sublimated fabrics. All right, now I'm going to top stitch this using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. All right, now I'm going to take the lining main with the exterior top attached and place the pocket on top, lining sides together. And I'm going to line up the sides and the bottom and clip them together. All right, now we're going to baste down the sides and around the bottom using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And it's okay if you have your longer stitch length for this. All right, now we want to repeat what we did on the other side and measure 1/8 of an inch down. This will be 1/8 of an inch down from the top seam on the pocket and centered over the handle connector. Seam on this side, 1/4 inch. Sorry for my head. All right, and we're just going to punch holes through the pocket and through the lining and through the handle connector. All right, and then we'll go ahead and install these rivets here. And the reason that we're putting this through the pocket is so that we can have this full slip pocket on the back and it won't gape open at the top. The rivets will keep the top of the pocket closed and you still have a large opening in the center where you can slide your phone in or whatever. All right. So now we've got the front, the exterior back, and the exterior front completed. So now we are going to grab the side panels, exterior sides. Okay, so on the wrong side of a crossbody connector, we want to mark the center. So these are 2 inches wide. So I can use my 1 inch ruler The ruler is also from Mormino. And then I'm just going to fold each of the long raw edges into that center line. All right, we're going to fold 1 1/4 inch to the back. So how I like to do that, I'm going to measure 2 1/2 inches down on the wrong side and make a mark. So it's just double the amount. So it's 1 1/4 inches that I want to fold back. So I double that to 2 1/2. I'm going to take a small piece of tape and put it just above the mark line. And then I want my 2 triangle rings, and you could use D-rings here if you choose. And I'm just going to slide the ring on 1 1/4 inches to the back. Yeah, that pen definitely is all over my hand. All right. Now I'm going to take a piece of double-sided tape and put it directly down the back of each of the side connectors, crossbody connectors. I don't want to put it up too high because we don't want any of the tape to be exposed on a part that's not sewn down. All right, here we want to find the center. All right. I'm going to place this over that center mark. And then to make sure that it's straight, I'm just going to measure on each side. Like at this point, I have 2 inches on each side. So just kind of measure that one. It's like 1 7/8 of an inch there, just to make sure that it looks straight. Repeat that with the other one. All right, now I'm going to sew these in place by sewing up one side and then I'll get as close as I can to the triangle ring. Maybe one more stitch. And then sew across beneath the hardware. And then I'm going to back stitch and stitch back across. And then back down that side. And then we're also going to install rivets on these, both for the security and kind of the continuity of the look. I like to install a rivet in each of my connectors, and then I'll also use rivets on my handles. If you don't have a rivet press, you can use Chicago screws instead. I'm not sure of the best place to buy those, but I have used them before. And it is a good alternative to rivets. One more stitch. All right, rivets. Once again, I'll measure 1/4 of an inch beneath the stitching and centered. It's easier to see the mark on this side. I do also have a rivet tool from Jolie Lee Creations. I'll use that when I do the handles, so you can see how that works. Oh, that's handy. When I fold the triangle ring down, the circle falls right over where I need to punch the hole. A little bullseye. I really like the look of this distressed vinyl, and I feel like it said it was discontinued or something, retired. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go on moremeknow.com and check to see if they have any more. They have distressed yeah, words are hard sometimes. Distressed metallic, that I have some of that. I think I have like a gunmetal or silver color. I have maybe a blue or pink. Now I'm going to switch over to my zipper foot because sewing next to the zippers at a 3/8 inch seam allowance can be difficult. So you may be able to achieve that easier with a zipper foot on. But it is pretty important that the correct seam allowance is used. All right, so we are going to place the exterior sides, right sides together with the exterior front first. I'm going to clip this in place. And then we're going to sew it together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. And we'll repeat that with the other side as well. And once again, I do recommend a zipper foot for this step. And make sure that you move the zipper pulls out of the way. All right, and then we'll fold this back. The seam allowance will be toward the side panel. And I'm just going to top stitch through the side panel along the zipper using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. All right, and then we'll repeat that on this side. All right, now we're going to repeat to press the side panel away from the zipper. The seam allowance is toward the back of the exterior side. And then we're going to top stitch through the exterior side using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. All right, so we are going to repeat this process to attach the exterior back to the two raw edges of the exterior sides and form a tube. So first I'm going to just pick one side. I'll clip this together. And we're going to sew that together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. And I'm going to sew it with the side facing up. Just seems like it'll be a little easier. Stitch length here is a 3.5. All right, we'll top stitch that seam before we sew the final one together and make the tube. So we're just top stitching on the side panel using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. And the seam allowance at the back was facing toward the side panel as well. All right, and now the final part, and this will be a little bit tricky to top stitch because you are sewing inside of this tube. So you just have to take your time when you get to that and adjust it as needed. Okay, so now this is the final trickiest top stitch. So you've got a tube and it kind of helps to pull the top of the bag back out of the way like this, but you just have to go slow and adjust it as you sew, and make sure when you stop to adjust that your needle is in the down position so that your fabric doesn't shift. All right, so now the exterior bottom accents will be cut out of your contrasting fabric and should have a piece of Decoville Heavy attached to the back of them. I'm going to place these right sides together, and then we're just going to sew together on the short ends only using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. Now, if you're using a very thick vinyl for this, first you'd want to make sure that it's something that your machine can handle. But also, you might want to use just slightly less than a 3/8 inch seam allowance because the thickness of the vinyl will kind of take up a little more. I don't know how to explain it, but the vinyl thickness goes into account there, and it can make your pieces a little bit shorter if your vinyl is super thick. Yeah. All right, now we're going to, I should have done the first one before I sewed together the other side. We're going to press the seam allowance open. So you're like butterflying it in the back. And then we're just going to top stitch on each side of that seam. All right, we'll repeat that on the other side. And this reduces the bulk so that it doesn't end up with both of your seam allowances to one side of the seam, because then it will get a little thicker where you attach this to the bag and where you attach the bottom panel. All right, now we want to mark the center. Okay. We're going to mark the center along the top and bottom of these pieces. So I'm just matching up those side seams. And I'm just placing the tiniest snip along the edge, maybe 1/8 of an inch in, to mark my centers. You can also snip like a tiny little triangle out. That can be easier to see. Something like that. So you can see the notch. So I mark the centers on that, and then I want to mark the centers here as well. So I can already see where my center was marked on the side from when I attached my crossbody connectors. So that's easy. And then I'll just fold to line up the side seams and crease along the bottom to find the center there. And then I'll repeat that on the other side. I'm matching up the zippers and the seams near the zippers. And then just place a tiny little clip there. Okay, so now in the pattern, this picture is shown with the bag, with the exterior of the bag right side out, but really only so that you can see what's happening. It will be inside out still. So we want to flip the exterior bottom accent so it's right side out and stick it inside of the exterior. We want to match up the side first. So the little clips, the side seams on the bottom, the exterior bottom accent panels with the little marks that we made. So I'm just going to place a few clips along the sides. And then I'll repeat that on the other side. All right, and then we're going to find the centers of the long sides and match those up. Clip there. And then you just kind of ease in between to smooth out any wrinkles. The panels are the same size, so how they fit together, it might seem like it doesn't fit exactly right, but it should work out fine. If you kind of like flatten it out, then you clip it together. And that should all be good. Repeat that on the other side. But definitely anything like this where it's round, you want to match up your centers first. Make sure that it stays. Make sure that my other center stayed marked also, or stayed matched. This is a place where you can use staples if you are somebody who likes to use staples when you're sewing. Just make sure that you keep them like within 1/8 of an inch or 1/4 of an inch from the edge. And then you'll have to remove them before top stitching. You don't want to sew over your staples. But staples are definitely a helpful tool. All right, so once that is all clipped together, we're going to sew it in place using a 3/8 inch seam allowance and my shorter stitch length of 3.5. And you should be sewing right next to, but not through, that Decoville heavy. And you just kind of take your time and readjust as needed. right, and then when you get back to where you started, back stitch to secure your stitches. All right, now we're going to switch back to the longer stitch length. And again, the step is illustrated in the pattern as being right side out, but it is not as you're sewing it. That is just so that you can see what's going on. So now we flip the exterior bottom accent away from the exterior of the bag. And we want to make sure that the seam allowance is all pressed down toward the exterior bottom accent. And then we're just going to top stitch through that using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. So I am going to start on the side. I'll start on the kind of the back side. I want to make sure that I have my longer stitch length. And again, just take your time, make sure that the seam allowance stays facing down toward the bottom exterior, or the bottom exterior bottom accent panels. So where some of the seams on this bag can get a little bit thick for using the vinyl accents, if you have a domestic sewing machine, I would recommend trying the accessory weight vinyl from mormino.com because it is a little bit lighter weight and would be easier for your machine to handle. All right, and then when you get back to where you started, just back stitch again to secure your stitches. All right, this is looking fantastic. Wow. Okay, so now we want to take the exterior bottom panel and we are going to mark the centers on the long sides and the short sides. So how I do that, I don't like to crease my deco but I will fold the short sides together just like that. Mark the center, repeat that on the other side. And then we'll do that on the short ends as well. And you can also use the exterior, or what is it called? The exterior bottom panel pattern piece. And you can mark the centers using the pattern piece. I know that might be preferable. So I'm just matching up the center and then folding along. Also, if you wanted to install purse feet, now would be the time to do that. All right, so As I match this up, I'm going to place the bottom panel inside of my bag, right sides together. I'm going to first match the long center marks, along the long sides. Let's say that. And this is another time when it can be helpful to use staples. So I just placed a few clips on either side of the center, and I'll do the other side. So we're just going to match up all 4 centers first. I'm not usually one to use staples that often, but I think that I might, because this vinyl right sides together feels a little bit slippery. And using staples is just going to ensure that it doesn't move as I sew it together. So first I'm just going to clip it all together to make sure everything's good, and then I'll remove one clip at a time and staple. And I'll staple probably 1/4 of an inch from the edge, and then we'll remove the staples before I turn the bag right side out. And I still didn't buy a good stapler, so I have like a super cheap stapler, a tiny little cheap stapler. So I do need to get a better stapler still, but it works, I guess, good enough. All right, so now that that's all clipped together, I'm just going to take my stapler, and first I'll start stapling between the clips. Where I can. Yeah. So yeah, definitely if your vinyl is slippery when it's right sides together, I would definitely recommend staples to hold it in place, because mine would definitely shift as I sew. It's like shifting right now. And I just have my left hand inside the bag to kind of manipulate where the bottom panel is and make sure that everything's lined up before I staple it. Other problem with this stapler is that it doesn't hold very much. Very many. It doesn't hold very many staples. Ooh. Dang it. I'm pulling the staples out and they're flinging everywhere. Clips on the floor, staples on the floor. All right, I think that should be sufficient. All right, so now what I'm going to do to sew on the bottom panel, I prefer to put my zipper foot back on because then I can get nice and close. Switch back over to my shorter stitch length. Sorry. All right, and now we're going to sew this together, also using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. I prefer to start sewing along one of the longer straight sides, and you should be sewing right next to the Decoville heavy, but not through it. And just be careful that you're not sewing on any of those staples. You don't want to break your needle. And I like to use my Mormino screwdriver as a stiletto of sorts to hold things together. So anywhere something is shifting, I will just get my screwdriver in. Oh, and also this is something I want to point out. Did you notice the way that my bottom panel fits in, where the exterior panels kind of wrap around the bottom panel? And then I sew it with the bottom panel facing up toward the presser foot, and I shift the bag so that I sew around the ends. That is how all of my oval bottoms are intended to fit. So I actually got to sew on the cylinder arm machine at Sew Whatever Studio, and it was like the most amazing sewing machine I've ever used. So I do want to get one of those. I may have already talked about this at the beginning. I don't know. I want to get one. If I do, it's not something that I'll do all of my tutorials on, but I probably will do some tutorials on it because it was just really a great machine. But it would be super handy to have something like that for these type of situations. For top stitching bags, sewing drop-in linings, things like that. And see how I lift my presser foot up to adjust around the bottom panels, around the corners. So yes, I would definitely recommend using staples. I think that helped immensely to hold everything together. Now, before I pull any of my staples out, I'm just going to take a look from the inside, kind of feel around my seam allowance, make sure everything looks okay. Make sure that there aren't any weird puckers. I think it seems fine. So now we'll go ahead and just remove all of these staples, which are going to end up all over me and the floor. All right, all of the staples are removed and all over my floor. And I'm just going to trim the seam allowance down to 1/4 of an inch. So I'm not really cutting off a lot of it, but it will just help the corners and stuff lay nicer when you turn it right side out. And still just leave your exterior inside out for now. It's tempting to turn it right side out and see how it looks, but I prefer not to turn it more than necessary. And you will need it inside out still when you attach the lining. All right. So now we are just going to set the exterior side. We're going to start with the interior slip pocket panels and place them right sides together. So again, on this water resistant canvas, if you scratch it, you can see the wrong side, it leaves a white mark. We want to line up all 4 sides of these slip pocket panels. All right, we want to make sure we leave a turning hole at the bottom, so about 4 inches wide, which is actually what I left between those clips. All right, we will sew these together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. All right, make sure you back stitch at the start and stop, because when you turn it right side out, it's going to kind of pull on those stitches a little bit. All right, and then you want to take your scissors and trim off the 4 corners. Make sure you get close to the stitches, but do not cut into the stitches. And it can help to kind of press, kind of crease where the seam allowance will be turned in before you turn it right side out. I find that if you do that, then it helps once you turn it right side out. It helps those seams to remember where to go back in. And that bottom, that unsewn gap will be along the bottom edge. So if it doesn't look completely perfect when you're finished, like nobody's going to see it because it's going to be toward the bottom of the bag. All right, now take some sort of a turning tool, a stick, or chopstick. People use chopsticks. I have this, which came with a tube turning set that I bought that I think was Dritz brand. And I just used the stick part out of it. But I use that to poke my corners out completely. And then obviously you can press this. I'm going to place a few clips along the opening to keep the raw edges to the inside. But we are not top stitching that part because I like to keep like my better seam along the top of the pocket. So I want to make sure that my seam is pressed out nicely. Which I should have actually, let me show you what I like to do. I like to take my turning tool And along the top seam, I'll just push it so that it's really pushing that seam out, and then clip it as I go. I do have a seam roller also that could be used for these situations. All right, now we just want to top stitch along the top edge only using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. All right, we want to find the center of the slip pocket. So I'm just going to fold it in half and give it a decent crease. And I'm going to place some clips back on to hold that bottom opening in. You can see the center crease though. All right, and then here we're going to take one of our interior main panels. What you want to do is make sure it's kind of a trapezoid, so the bottom edge is a little bit wider than the top. Make sure, measure it, that you have the longer edge at the bottom. And then we want to find the center of that as well. So I'm going to mark my centers. I'm just going to go ahead and mark the center along the top right now also. And then line up the center of the pocket, and you want to place it 1 inch up from the bottom raw edge. I'm going to use some 1/8 inch double-sided tape to hold my pocket in place. You could use pins for this, sew tights if you have those, the magnetic sewing things. I have some generic like magnetic name tag things that were supposed to be a substitute for sew tights, but I don't really like them, so I don't use those. All right, so I'm only going to place the tape there. It won't matter that it's not on this part. This should be enough to hold it in place decently. All right, I'm lining up the center. And then I just want to make sure that this is 1 inch up from the bottom. And this is for the small size only. The measurements will be different for the medium and large. All right, and then I'll just press that tape down. Okay, now we're going to top stitch around the sides and bottom of this first. I make sure that I back stitch really well at the tops because there will be pressure on those seams when you take things in and out of the pocket. All right, and then you can still see where I finger press that center crease. So we're going to go to the center, starting at the top, sew a few stitches, and then back stitch, and then sew all the way down to the bottom. So now we've got 2 slip pockets. We can set this interior main. This is now the interior front. We can set that aside. So now we have the remaining interior main. Let's again measure to find which side is the top and bottom. Okay, bottom is the wider side. And I have my zipper overlay. So I'm going to use 1/8 inch tape around the outer edges of the zipper overlay only. And I did just order more 1/8 inch tape, so hopefully I don't run out before it comes because I am quite low. I don't even know how that happened. I felt like I had multiple full rolls. I use it a lot, but. All right, so around the outside edges only. And I want to find the center on the interior main. You know what, I'm going to actually mark my centers just like I did on the other one along the top and bottom edge. And I want to measure 1 inch down from the top and centered. Okay, so with my ruler there, I'm going to remove the paper from my tape. All right, then we'll place the overlay so that it's centered as well. Make sure everything is laying nicely and then press it down. Okay, and we're going to top stitch all the way around this overlay using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. Also, if you have any tags, these folded tags that you like to use, this is a good time to use them. I like to sew them so they're poking out from my zipper overlay. So these tags, this tag says "You Totally Rock," and it's got a cassette tape on it. And it is from Sewing Blurbs. And I'm using this one because it's the right color. And I like to not backstitch when I sew my overlay on, because I will tie my threads off on the back. So I'll show you how I do that. So make sure when you start sewing that you have a nice long tails on your thread. And you can see as I sew around the curved edges at the short ends, I will literally lift up my presser foot after every single stitch and rotate. And that's how I get nice, smooth sewing around the corners like that, around any curved corners. Always make sure that you stop with your needle in the down position. And then when you get back to where you started, you want to try to stop in the same hole that you started. So I just raise up my presser foot and put the needle down to line it up. Cut the tails of your thread long again, and then flip it over and pull to the back, and you'll see these loops. And that's the top threads. So you just want to, I like to use my snips and I close them, but they have like a nice little point. And I stick them in the loop and pull it through. And then when I get this to the back, I separate the threads out so that I have 2 in each hand, and I tie a square knot. You can tie multiple square knots if you feel better about that. You can tie them together like 2 on one side, 2 on the other. I usually do 1 square knot, and I haven't had any issues with them coming out. And then I singe the ends of the thread and kind of melt that knot together. Okay, now what we want to do is we're going to cut out the lining fabric behind the overlay. So first I'm going to fold it in half and just cut into that fabric in the middle of the overlay, or in the middle, yeah, in the center rectangle of where the overlay is. And then I'm pulling the lining fabric back away from the overlay. So make sure that you're not cutting the overlay at all. And if you put a tag here, make sure that you don't cut your tag. And I'm just carefully trimming that fabric away. It doesn't need to look neat because nobody's going to see this part. Okay, so this is what you currently should have. Now we want to take the interior zipper pockets. All right, and with one of them right side up, we're going to place the zipper on also right side up. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong step. Okay, so just like this. Match up the long edge. So I bought this water resistant canvas and the zipper tape from Mormino, and it's the same exact color, which I'm sure she planned, but it's quite nice to have something that matches exactly. I like that. Okay, so I'm going to sew this together using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I don't know if you can hear my sewing machine is a little squeaky, and I did oil it before starting this bag, so I don't know. I must have missed some spot. All right, once that's done, you want to press the zipper away from the interior zipper pocket. So now we've got our interior zipper pocket is facing wrong side up and the zipper is right side up. The seam allowance is toward the interior zipper pocket, and we're just going to sew along the edge of that zipper tape to keep it flat. And I'm just using like a 1/8 inch seam allowance here. All right, now place the other interior zipper pocket panel right side up. And this zipper panel is right side down, so they're right sides together. The zipper is right side up, and we're going to clip this together along the top edge. This part always seems backwards, but it's not, because then when you open the zipper, the right side will be showing. I'm going to sew this together, also using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. All right, and then we're going to do the same thing and fold the seam allowance down on the wrong side of the interior zipper pocket panel, and just top stitch that down using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. And as I sew this, I'm just pulling the panels away from each other. Obviously, you can iron this. I like to use materials that don't require me to iron very often. All right, so once you are to this point, we want to take the zipper overlay, and from the wrong side of the zipper overlay, we want to place some of the 1/8 inch double-sided tape along the opening. Oops. All right, we're going to place the zipper within the opening of the zipper overlay, making sure that the zipper pull closes toward the left. And I'm feeling behind to make sure that the ends of the zipper are even underneath the zipper overlay. And I just kind of smooth everything out. From the top. All right, now we want to sew this together, also using a 1/8 inch seam allowance around the overlay. I'm going to start up here at the top corner because, again, I'm going to tie off my threads. Make sure I switch back to my longer stitch length. Always stop to pivot at the corners with your needle in the down position as well. Generally speaking, anytime you lift your presser foot, your needle should be in the down position, unless you're removing the bag from under there. Okay, so same process. I'm going to grab my threads on the back and pull until I see the loops. And then I'll just stick the end of my snips into the loops and pull the top threads through to the back. Okay, so once I have all 4 threads, I'm just going to tie a square knot. And then I'm going to do kind of one more for good measure. All right. And so this knot will be like visible on the inside of the pocket, but it's at the upper side. Nobody's going to see that. And then I just melt the threads, kind of singe the knot so that it all stays together. It's a little melted. All right, so we've got the interior zipper pocket. We are now going to fold the top edge down, kind of crease it, and then you just want to trim the bottom of the longer panel. So I'm going to place some clips along the side. All right, so we are going to trim this bottom edge, which I guess would be easier from this side, to be even. All right, and then we're going to sew together along the sides. Okay, now we're going to make our zipper panels. So I'm going to set this aside with the other lining. All right, and I've got 4 zipper panels here and my zipper. First, I have not put the pull on the zipper yet. So what I like to do, I don't use a zipper jig. So I separate one end of the zipper, take the wider part. So I'll slide. I pay attention when I pull it apart to see which zipper tooth is at the end, if it's the right side or the left side. It's the right side this time. So I'll place the right side of the zipper tape in the zipper pull first, and then place the left side in. And then I look in the end of it to make sure that the teeth are aligned the same way that they were when they were closed. And then I just kind of shimmy that zipper pull down a little bit. And you can see right away if the zipper teeth are lined up exactly how they were. And as long as they were, then you know it's good. I slide this down to the end, and then we're going to separate the rest of this. We want to turn the end of the zipper tape at 90 degrees. So we just do like that. The back ends up having a little fold on it. And I like to press that together and just use a lighter to kind of melt that and then squish it together. Be careful not to burn yourself. This is the easiest way I found, which I did not create. Somebody else shared it at some point. I don't remember who. It's been a while that I've been doing it this way. But you could also fold that back and just top stitch it. But the end of the zipper tape will melt just enough, and then you squeeze it together and it holds together. All right, so now the ends of my zipper tape are turned. So first we're going to take all 4 of our zipper panels. I'm going to place them wrong side up. And I want to measure and mark each one of them. I'll use my chalk pencil. I'm going to measure and mark 1 inch from both short ends on the wrong side of each of these. And this is because I'm going to fold 1/2 inch of each short end toward the back. So you could iron to fold it to the back, to the wrong side. I'm going to use double-sided tape. Oops. And even though I'm using my chalk pencil, this doesn't need to be something that's removable. My pen got all over my hands when I was using it. So. All right, here we're just going to put a piece of double-sided tape within the end of this. You could place it on the end or right along the line. I think I've seen Lauren before. She'll just take like a long strip of it and place it across all 4. Her method is probably quicker than mine. All right, now I'm just removing the paper, and then I'm folding each of the short raw edges to the marked line. Okay. Once those are all folded, I'm going to take one of them right side up and place my zipper on top right side down. I want the end of the zipper to be about 1/2 inch away, so that's easy to find based on where you folded back that section of the zipper panel. I will unzip my zipper for this because it's easier. And then I'm just going to clip the zipper in place all the way down. Then we're just going to baste it using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. All right, then we're going to take another zipper panel and place it right sides together with that one. The zipper is sandwiched in between, and we'll just clip that together along the length of it. All right, and then we'll sew this together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. I don't feel like switching back out to my zipper foot, and I cannot get quite to 3/8 of an inch with this foot on. But on this part, it's not integral that it's exactly 3/8 of an inch. So I just get as close as I can, which is kind of somewhere between 1/4 and 3/8. And that's fine for this. Sewing together the panels of the bag, it's a little more important that you stick to the 3/8 inch seam allowance, or else everything is not going to fit together properly. Just the zipper panels are not, it doesn't matter that much. Okay, I'm going to zip my zipper closed and press the zipper panels away from the zipper and wrong sides together. This is a place where I do like to use my seam roller, or again, you could iron the panels if you wanted to. The seam roller that I have, I got from Hannah Woodworking, and it's just like a small one. I do believe there were different sizes. I don't remember why exactly I chose the one I did, but it works. It used to be squeaky, and then somebody in a video mentioned putting like a little drop of sewing machine oil on the screw, and it doesn't squeak anymore. So if you have one that's squeaky, try that out because it does work. All right, and then I'm just going to clip together around the raw edges and the folded edges where they meet. All right, and then we're going to top stitch this using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. I like to start here at the raw edge along the folded edges, and I'll just sew up that part to the seam where the zipper is attached. And then using a 1/8 inch seam allowance, I'm going to sew all the way along the zipper. Back along that edge, and then sew together the open edge. Again, I'm just using a 1/8 inch seam allowance to baste these raw edges together. All right, now we want to repeat that whole process to attach the other zipper panels to the other end, the other edge of the zipper. And I do make sure that the zipper panels are aligned with the other zipper panels that are already attached. And this is so much easier unzipped. All right, so once again, a 1/4 inch seam allowance to baste this together. All right, and then we'll place the last zipper panel right sides together with this one. And then again, we'll sew this together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance, or a little bit less if your foot doesn't like to do 3/8, and that is okay on this part. All right, and then we will do the same process to fold the zipper panels away from the zipper. And I will close my zipper before sewing this. So you see, I just kind of pull the fabric away from the zipper and then clip the raw edges together. And then we're just going to top stitch all the way around this panel using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. All right, now we are going to make the main zipper tab and attach it. So find the wrong side, and we want to first mark a line lengthwise down the back, which is, you know what, we're going to fold it to find the center. I think it's going to be 1 3/8 inch in from the edge. Yes, that's correct. 1 3/8 inches in from a long raw edge is the center. Okay, so I'm going to mark that. I'm going to use some more of my trusty tape, or you could iron it. Can you hear my rooster crowing? It's not my rooster. Yes, it's our family's rooster. I don't know. They're not my chickens. They are my husband's and my son's. All right, we're going to fold both of the long raw edges into that center line. And then on the wrong side of this, I want to measure and mark 1 inch in from each of the edges, the short raw edges. All right, and I'm going to use a shorter piece of tape along each of those lines. And I'm just going to fold the raw edges to the marked 1 inch line. So we're folding 1/2 inch along each of the short edges toward the back. Okay, and then you'll just fold the tab in half, and it should now be a square. So then you're going to take that and place the zipper about 1/2 inch into the tab and centered. So here you can use some tape, which is what I'll do, obviously, because I am obsessed with it. And I do try on this part to keep a good portion of the tape out of my seam allowance because it gets quite thick and you don't want it to sew through multiple layers of tape. I did see recently on the WAWAC website that if they have a sewing machine needle like lubricant, and it says if you put some of that on your needle as you're sewing, if you sew through tape, that it won't gum your needle up. I haven't tried that, but I thought that was kind of a cool little thing. All right, so once your zipper tab is secured, we're just going to sew it in place using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. So I just start here along the folded edge. All right, and then we've got our completed zipper tab and completed zipper panels. We want to now find the center along the raw edges of the zipper panels. And I want to take my interior back, which is the panel that has the zipper overlay attached, and we're going to line up the zipper panel with the center of the interior back. Make sure that your zippers are both facing the same direction. Okay, and we're going to baste this in place using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. All right, and then I'll take the interior top panel and make sure that the little cutout edges will be your top. So you're going to match the bottom of that up with the top edge of the interior main. Place them right sides together and clip together. Maybe I should have actually found the center first. All right, and then I'm going to sew those together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. All right, and then we're going to press the seam allowance down toward the interior main and the zipper panels up toward the top main, and top stitch beneath the seam using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. Now we're going to repeat that to attach the other side of the zipper panel. So I've already marked my center here. So I'm going to place the zipper panel right side up and match the centers of the zipper panel to the lining main, interior main. And then we'll baste this together using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. All right, folding my lining top out of the way, I'm going to this time mark the center. All right, place the center right side, or place the interior top right side down on the interior main with the zipper panel sandwiched in between, matching up the center, and then working my way out from there. All right, and then we'll sew this together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. Make sure that your other interior top panel is pulled back out of the way. All right, and then we want to press the interior top up and away from the interior main and top stitch again beneath that seam. Make sure that your other interior top panel is folded back out of the way. And the seam allowance should be pointing down toward the interior main. All right, now we're going to place this aside. I'm going to unzip my interior zipper pocket right now because we will turn the bag right side out through that later. So just so that I don't forget. I'm going to set this aside and I'm going to grab, where are my zipper tabs? Okay, so I have my zipper for the divider zipper pocket, and I have my divider zipper pocket tabs. I'm just going to fold these in half to crease the center, and then fold each of the short ends into that center mark. And I'm probably going to end up taping this, even though it seems extra, like overkill. And then you just fold them in half. So it should end up being 1 1/4 inches long by 1/2 inch wide. And then I just slide the end of the zipper right into that tab and then top stitch it on. Let's see if I can manage all of this without using tape. Not bad. That'll do. All right, repeat that on the other side. All right, once both of the zipper tabs are attached, I want to take one interior divider pocket panel right side up and then place the zipper right side down. No. Yes, right side down. Centered. So I'm going to truly just eyeball that. Clip it into place. And then I'm going to baste it together using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I do slide the zipper pulls out of the way as I get to them. All right, and then I'm going to place another interior divider pocket panel right sides together with the one attached to the zipper, and the zipper will be sandwiched in between. And then I'm just going to clip that all together. Slide my zipper pulls out of the way. And then we're just going to sew this together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. This is another part where if you don't want to change out to your zipper foot, it's okay if you're using slightly less than a 3/8 inch seam allowance. It will not affect anything. feel where your zipper pulls are so that you can move them out of the way. All right, and then we're going to fold both of these panels away from the zipper, wrong sides together. And top stitch down the entire seam using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. Now we're going to repeat that same process to attach the other two divider pockets to the other side of the zipper. So make sure that your interior divider pocket is right side up. Place the zipper right side down. And match up one long edge. I'm going to base that on using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. All right, and then we'll place the other panel right side together with that one, zipper sandwiched in between. All right, and then sew this together, also using a 3/8 inch seam allowance, or as close as you can get if you don't want to change your foot. right, now we'll pull those panels away from the zipper and wrong sides together. And then we're going to top stitch along that seam using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. All right, now let's go ahead and fold the interior divider pocket panels so that the two in the center are right sides together and the zipper is right side up along the top edge, just like this. And we'll just clip all 3 edges together, so the 2 sides and the bottom. And I do make sure that the top stitching matches up and that the top edges are aligned. All right, and then I sew this together, or I'm basting this together using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. All right, now we're going to take the interior bottom panels and I want to mark the center on the curved sides, which will be the outside edges. All right, I'm going to then measure and mark on the long edge. Put it on the wrong side of the long edge. 1/2 inch in from the side. Okay. We're going to clip these together. So we want to line up one underneath the divider pocket. I'm just going to clip it in place with a couple clips and then put the other one on so that way everything's all lined up. All right, we're going to sew this together starting at the 1/2 inch mark using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. And make sure that you backstitch well here. Okay, now we want to fold the edges back out of the way. So the unstitched edges of the interior bottom panels, fold them back out of the way and just place a clip or pin to hold them back while we do the next steps. Because we do not want any of that to get caught in the seam on the next step. All right. So with your interior zipper, with the assembled lining, we are going to unzip that top zipper, place the interior divider pocket in between. We're matching up the bottom corner of the interior divider pocket with the bottom corner of the lining main. And we're going to clip that little sandwich together. And we're just doing one side at a time. Make sure that the end of your top zipper is out of the way and that the zipper tab is folded back out of the way as well. You don't want to accidentally sew through that. And just match up the entire side. Okay. So now you want to sew this together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. As you sew across the top of the interior divider pocket, you can backstitch if you want to give that seam where there might be some pressure or a little bit of stress. It'll give it a little extra security. And here I can feel my interior bottom panels and make sure that I'm not sewing through them. All right, I'm going to fold both of these back and make sure that I did not sew through those bottom panels at all. I did not. So now we can go ahead and repeat this to attach the other side. So you kind of have to shift the interior divider pocket over, and I'm going to kind of clip it to the bottom interior, or well, whatever that is, interior back panel first. And then I'll fold the interior front panel down and clip it in place. So everything is all sandwiched up. Aligning my top seams. And this part seems a little bit awkward just because it's not laying flat. But that's fine. That's right. Trust the process. All right, make sure that you're not sewing through those bottom panels again, and we're going to sew this together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. Again, if you choose, you can back stitch across the top of that divider pocket just to give it some additional strength. Reinforcement, that's what we'll call it. All right. Make sure that you did not sew through the bottom panels. I did not. Okay, now to attach the bottom panels, we are going to first match up the centers along the long edges and clip that together. Okay, I'm going to snip into the seam allowance 3/8 of an inch in along the bottom panels. So kind of right next to that line that we marked. And I think that should help everything. Can we see this? Okay, so kind of folding back those little tabs along the bottom panel on themselves. Okay, I think we will line that up, fold that tab along that center, butterfly the seam open on the side panel, clip. So we won't be sewing all the way around in one fell swoop. It will be half and half. And that's fine. And I honestly might just sew one half on before I even clip the other half together. So to repeat that, I'm going to clip into the seam allowance only on the bottom panel, fold it back on itself, and then butterfly that side seam open, and that lines up the end of the panel, and then I just ease around the curve here. Okay, that works nicely. Okay, so then, you know, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to sew it all at the same time, or I'm going to have it all ready to go. Hopefully you can see enough of what I'm doing here. Oh, I probably ought to do the other edge. So I'm folding that little tabby piece back at a 90-degree angle along the center seam allowance. And then I'm easing around the curves. And just a reminder that the pieces match up at the seam allowance, not at the edge. So you might have some wrinkles along the edge. That's fine. All right, so I'm going to stick my hand inside here to kind of get control of everything. And I am going to sew this together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. And also, if this part ends up looking a little globby in the corners or whatever, I don't know if that's the right word, it doesn't matter. It's going to be stuck down in the bottom of the bag. Nobody's going to see it. And again, if you wanted to use staples, you can use staples on this part as well. Sorry, I should move this back so you're not looking at my head. As I get to the end, I'm sticking my hand inside again so that I can maneuver the bag up and sew around the curves until I get back to that divider pocket. And then when I reach the stitching for the center divider pocket, I will just back stitch All right, and you just want to try to make sure that you get as close to the divider pocket as possible so that you don't have like huge gaps. If there's a tiny gap there, it's not going to matter. It's in the bottom of the inside of the bag, but you don't want it to be big enough that stuff is going to be falling through it. All right, and then we're going to repeat that here. All Should be a little easier to sew the second side on. All right. So now we're just going to check to make sure that we didn't leave any super huge gaps along the bottom. If there is anything, go back through and try to sew over it. And then I'm going to check from the inside to make sure that everything in there looks okay. It does. And then I'm just going to kind of trim some of these seam allowances down. Just a little bit, just so that everything fits together better. I feel like it's more important to go through and trim down the center seam so that the bottom of the bag's not like sticking up funny. All right, that should be good. Okay, so now we're going to turn this right side out, which will look a little bit funky because of the divider. So that is okay. Like the bottom is, you know, only going to be half. And it's kind of a little bunched up, but that's fine. It doesn't need to look nice. It just needs to be turned right side out, because now we're going to take our exterior and place this inside, right sides together. I want to find the back of my exterior and make sure that my interior zipper pocket is on that same side. The zipper should be pushed down in between the layers. So first I'm going to match up the centers along the side seams. You can trim off the top of the seam allowance where the front and back panels are attached to the side panels so that they're not in the way. Okay, the side of the lining where it curves, it should be curved matching up with the exterior curve. Mine is matching up perfectly. So as long as all of your seam allowances were correct, that should not be an issue. If it doesn't match, you can, I don't know, you can kind of clip into the seam allowance area of the lining a little bit to kind of stretch it, I guess, to fit. All right, we're matching up the centers along the long edges. And kind of just ease everything together around the top. All right, and then we're going to sew that together using a 3/8 inch seam allowance. I like to start on one of the long straight edges. And just be patient and take your time working with the lining since it does seem like it's bunched up because of the divider pocket. If you're into stapling again, you could have used staples along this part. I just continuously adjust as I sew to make sure that I'm not getting puckers in anything. And try to be, make sure that you fold your D-ring or triangle rings down out of the way. You want to make sure that you're being consistent with your 3/8 inch seam allowance all the way around. I'm losing clips here. Generally speaking, the larger size bags are actually easier to sew. So this one should be the most difficult of the three. All right, now I'm not going to trim down the seam allowance. I will, however, since there's like kind of curves at the ends or at the edges, I will clip into it so that when I turn it, it lays nicely. So just kind of from that corner seam, and you know what, I'm going to trim this part out where the corner seam is. And along that curve, because that just happened. If you don't want to trim the seam allowance along the curve, then you at least want to clip into it, like straight on, so that way it will lay nicer when you turn it right side out. Okay, so now we're going to turn this right side out through the opening in the zipper pocket. I am not going to do this on camera because I need to do it in my lap. It's difficult for me to do it way out in front of me, so I'll be back. All right, so I got my whole bag turned right side out. You can see the divider here. The pocket is not sewn closed yet, but pushed down inside. But first I'm going to top stitch it. So I'm going to fold my triangle rings and rectangle rings out of the way. And then all the way around, I want to kind of roll the seam allowance to get it turned nicely. And I'm going to clip it. Typically, I would top stitch bags inside out on my sewing machine. If you have a free arm domestic sewing machine that you're sewing on, that's a lot easier to just, remove that bottom piece and slide the bag over the free arm to top stitch it. This is definitely where a cylinder arm comes in handy for top stitching. So like my friend Brittany, she has a cylinder arm and she uses it for top stitching mainly. I don't think she sews a lot of bags on it in their entirety, but it's nice to have that option. I am going to keep this right side out because it will be difficult to turn the whole bag inside out with the divider. And I'm just going to carefully top stitch. But first, I'm going to roll all of the edges between my fingers to get them turned nicely and clip them to hold them in place. I'm excited to, when I finish this up, I'm going to make the medium size. Not certain of what fabric I'll use for that yet. I have this same file that I printed for this fabric. I have another colorway. So I was thinking of maybe doing that, but I don't know if I want to sublimate the fabric for all 3 bags. I'm not sure. All right. So top stitching this is not going to be the easiest thing, the way I'm going to do it, but I'm going to start kind of on the side. I'm going to make sure that my interior zipper panels are kind of folded down out of the way. And I'm just going to maneuver this in such a way that I'm sewing on the right side of the bag, but with it right side out. So I'm just going to have to be patient and take my time. So I'm probably using slightly less than a 1/4 inch, lining it up with the top of the presser foot, or the edge of the presser foot. And I just will make sure as I sew that the other side of the top panel is folded back out of the way, and that the zipper panels are not getting caught, that the end of the zipper tape is not getting caught, that my center divider pocket is not getting caught. So there's just a lot to watch for, but I think it's easier to top stitch from the outside than to turn the bag inside out. And I do have my iron heating up because I will probably have to give this a final press after turning it and everything. All right, and as you sew around the end panels, remember that the top of them are kind of curved. So and if you do want to turn the bag inside out to do the top stitching, that won't be impossible. It's just going to kind of bunch up due to the divider pocket. All right. I'm going to trim my threads and then singe them. All right, so now that that part is done, let's go ahead and pull out the bottom of the interior zipper pocket. We'll fold this inside just like a 1/3 of an inch or 3/8 of an inch or so. It does not have to be exact, just so long as it is straight. If you use the method that Lauren Mormino does, you kind of fold the bottom of the panels over before you sew them together, and then when you turn it right side out, it like is already folded in. So that is a good method to use, and I don't ever remember to do it. So I'm just flipping all of the edges inside and then clipping. And again, if this part's not completely perfect, it's down in the bottom of the pocket. Nobody's going to see it. All right, and then we'll just top stitch that close using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. Tuck the pocket down inside and zip that closed, and the bag is done except for handles. I like to keep the tail of my top zipper down inside, and then the zipper panels poke upward like that. So this is what we have. And I will give the bag a final press, but I am quite pleased with how that turned out. This is the small size again, so I think for me this would be a perfect everyday size bag. Like, I actually will probably use this. So let's make our handles. All right, so I've got the 2 handle pieces cut out, and I marked a line down the center. We are just going to take a strip of double-sided tape. And this is, I think, 3/8 of an inch wide. No, it's a half, I think. And I think I bought this from Mormino, but I do believe that it's Weft and Warp Co. tape. right, so I'm just folding the long raw edges into that center line. And when you're using a thicker vinyl, if you leave a little gap, this vinyl is not super thick, but leave a little gap between the two long edges. So they're not both folded exactly into the middle, but both folded in the same amount. And that will help it to fold flatter. And then I'll put a piece of tape directly down the center of one side. And then fold in half, bringing the two long folded edges together. All right, I'm going to place a couple clips on here too, just to hold it. Probably not necessary, but all right, and then let's get the other one folded, following the same process. And then I'm just folding in half. All right, and then we're just going to sew these together. We're going to start on the open edge and sew using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. First, I'm going to make sure that's lined up properly. And then we'll sew down the other edge the same way. Repeat. All right, so now we've got our 2 handles done. And now I mentioned earlier that I have a template from Jolie Lee Creations. Okay, so I have this template that's meant for straps, and I like to use the A, the A hole, and the C hole. Yeah, so I'm just going to mark the center of each of those. And then I'm going to punch a hole. Repeat that on my other strap. Well, handle, I guess. I think this would be easier to see if I use actual pen. This tool is just handy to remember where you mark and not have to measure and remember it. Worth it to me, because I never remember what measurements I like to use. Or you can just fold the straps over the rectangle rings and sew them on. You don't have to use rivets for this. But I do feel that it helps the bag to have a cohesive look, since there are rivets used on some of the other pieces. All right, so take a look at your straps or your handles and see if there's a side that you want to be inside versus outside. I like to fold mine so that the seam edge is toward the bag. So like this, and then it's on the outside here. So if your vinyl is super thick, you might want to use rivets that have a longer prong on them. They should fit through, and the cap should kind of click onto the back. So put that on, make sure that it's not twisted, make sure that your handles are not going this way. And clip them into place. All right, now we're going to set the rivets. All right. Done. Super, super happy with how that turned out. So you've got, this is one big pocket here, which I love because if you stick your keys or something in there, you don't have to remember which pocket it's in. The back will be perfect to slide your phone in, access it easily, and it won't gape open because the rivet's holding it closed. And then there. And then we've got the inside where everything can stay organized because of that divider. Plus you can slide things into that. With the larger sizes, you can probably put like an iPad or something in the divider pocket. Yes, I will press this, and I guess when whatever you saw at the beginning of this video will be this bag nicely pressed. There is also an adjustable crossbody strap, which I'm not going to make one for this bag, but I will make one for another size, and I'll put that into this video right now so that you can see it. As always, thanks for watching. If you liked my video, can you please give it a thumbs up? Follow me on YouTube if you don't already. The pattern is available on my website, sincerelygemspatterns.com. And if you're not in my Facebook group, join that for help, questions, to share your finished bags. We love to see them. All the things. Thanks for watching. All right, we are going to make the crossbody strap. Okay, this is the crossbody strap for the medium size bag. I'm only making the one crossbody strap. So you will place the crossbody strap panels right sides together at a 90-degree angle like this. And the reason we're making it out of two pieces is so that we don't have to require like 60 inches of fabric I don't know if this pen works. We want to draw a line from the corner of the bottom piece to the top corner of the top piece. This pen does not work. We'll use the chalk pencil. All right, and make sure that your line is going that way. If you went this way, then you wouldn't be sewing it correctly. You'll see. So we're going to sew directly along the line that we just marked. All right, double check that you sewed the correct angle by opening this up, and it looks like one long piece of fabric now. If you sewed the wrong corners, then it would not be continuing like that. So now we'll just go ahead and trim this off. And I'm just going to trim it down to about a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm going to press it open, and then I'm going to top stitch on each side of that seam. And the reason that we do it at an angle is to reduce the bulk. So when we fold the strap in fourths, the seam is not all overlapping because it would be thick and bulky then. And this will allow it to still adjust over that part if needed, and also just to not have a real thick, bulky area. All right, now the next part you won't see because I'm going to be at the ironing board. But what I'm going to do is fold the entire adjustable strap in half, long ways, and make a center crease. Once that's creased, I'll open it up and press each long edge into that crease. And then once those are pressed, I'll fold again. We'll end up with a 1-inch wide strap. I am going to place some clips along the long folded edges to keep them together. All right, once that's all clipped, we are just going to sew first down the open edge. We're using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. My stitch length is set to 5. All right. Next up, we're going to top stitch all the way down the other edge. So I like literally toss the end of it like over my shoulder. There's something very satisfying about sewing a long adjustable strap. All right, now we will need our strap adjuster and 2 swivel clips. I'm not sure if the swivel clips are going to match exactly. Yeah, they look okay. The swivel clips I got from Wawak and Wawak, I don't know. And the strap slider is from Mormino. So I'm going to place the end of the strap around the center bar of the strap slider. I usually prefer to have no raw edges showing. So I'm going to pull it past the end a little bit and fold it back on itself. So we will have this, and then I'm just going to sew 2 lines across that. It is a little bit thick. If you're using a domestic sewing machine, you might want to leave the interfacing out of the few inches at the end to make sure that you'll be able to sew through it, if that's a concern of yours. So this is literally my process. So once close to the hardware, and then also one more time closer to the fold. Do that again. Cut this out. Cut, cut, cut. All right. So once that's sewn down, you will take the free end and pass it through a swivel clip. When you slide the swivel clip up, you want it to be like this. You have the folded side of the strap facing up. The swivel clip is facing out. Bring that free end of the strap back through the slide adjuster. Strap slider. I don't know what I call them usually. But I'm going to adjust it. Here's the swivel clip, and then the swivel clip will go on this end the same way, like this. Nope, like this, so that when you fold the end up, it's sticking out. You want to make sure that both of the swivel clips are sticking out and the strap adjuster is on top. So here we'll do the same process. You could also secure this with rivets if you wanted to. If I was making a vinyl strap, I would probably use rivets. Most commonly, I will use seat belt webbing for my crossbody straps. And I do use rivets on those. All right, so that is the completed crossbody strap.